Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, welcome. My name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Hopefully you guys are too. It's been a busy morning for me actually. I've been doing a lot of archival work. Strangely, my uncle is putting together kind of like a book. Well, actually a book for our extended family, like their history and just like a whole bunch of stuff about my family. Going back like as many generations as they can count and stuff, and coming in from overseas and all of that. So I've been helping edit the book. and today I did a fair bit of that with him. So it's so funny because like people over the age of like 60, there's like the technical skills. He's like, oh yeah, I've been working on this for like 4 years. And there's like documents everywhere, and some of them are PDFs that are photos of printouts of documents. It's like, let me help you consolidate this into one document, please. So I feel like I can be very helpful to him with very little effort. They like don't even know how to use the internet half the time. So anyway, that's that. So today we're going to be doing a little bit more animation, but we're almost at the tail end of it. We'll try to get through as much as we can today so that we don't have to do much animation for Armin at least next week. So that's what we're doing today. In the meantime, I want to say a big welcome and thank you to everybody who's here in chat already on YouTube and on Twitch. I want to say a thank you and a welcome to Fnergen for the most recent follow on Twitch, and Bubblegum Witch for the most recent subscription. We are halfway through the month, and we're actually halfway almost through our sub target. We're getting there. So that's cool. Hey, MMC Art. Welcome. Thank you so much. And Isaac Ashton on YouTube as well says, you've inspired me to start making games. I began Unity a month ago, and I have a little prototype up that I plan on making a career of this if possible. That is so cool. Best of luck to you. Valentine's Day for you, Scapegoat. Mine was yesterday. We had Valentine's Day yesterday. I got some flowers and a card and some chocolates for my wife. So that was a win for me. I'm trying to be like way more organized with my life recently, and I think I'm doing a good job. For the most part, I have pretty much everything kind of like sorted. Although I will say, my life is so busy at the moment. Once I started doing the task tracking stuff to like organize my time a bit better, I realized how busy I was. I'm like, oh shoot, I need to be like so much better. So I'm trying to ramp up this productivity stuff just to keep track of like what I'm doing and make sure I do all the things I need to do. I'm even like we were talking about I've been talking to contemporaries about the application for my grant, and a lot of people are like, have you written your pitch deck out yet? And I'm like, you know what? I really haven't yet because I'm still working on the demo. And they're like, you should get on that. And I'm like, man, I got so much stuff to do. So let's keep on keeping on. Actually, I'll bring you into my world. Come into my office. So a few things. We've got the animations, which I really want to get through. And we've also got some design stuff that I could really use some feedback on. And we do have like a feedback mechanism now with the feature test, so I could chuck some stuff in there for you to play test. Either of those things is going to be like a lot of the day. So I don't know if maybe we do the feature test stuff next week. Maybe that would be better. Over the weekend, I could put some stuff together. Man, I've got a video to create. Lots of stuff happening. Actually, while I've got you, I am planning on streaming early tomorrow. For those of you watching the VOD right now, and for those of you watching right now, I'm planning on streaming like 7 hours earlier. Just to maybe catch a new audience, you know? Just not as a change of schedule, just like an unscheduled change. Just for a day. So just gonna see how that goes. It's nice to shake things up a little bit. I'm hoping we can like intercept Pirate Software's end of stream. So maybe like we'll get a nice big raid and I can introduce some more people to my world. So yeah, that's kind of like what we'll be doing tomorrow. So if I don't stream at the normal time, it's because I will have been streaming up until that normal time. Okay. So early night for me tonight because it's like 5 a.m. I have to start to hit that new schedule or that new slot. Yeah, pretty early. But from like 4 or 5 a.m. till like, you know, maybe 11 a.m. So I'll still do like a long stream. Oh, really? Critical Role is when I stream? Damn. Did he tell you he's rating you? Last time we spoke, which was like a couple of weeks ago, he was like, hey, if you're ever on when I finish streaming, keep a lookout. So I basically said, oh, I'll hold you to that. And then today I was just like, hey, I'm going to be on. If you're looking for someone to raid, let me know. So we'll see. I'll check to see if he responds. Thor's a good guy. We used to chat a fair bit, you know, a couple of years ago, back when we were both small streamers, and now look at us, meteoric rise. Okay, so where are we at? I have a couple of things, so let me show you like what I've been working on, and that's all good. So okay, I've this week been working on animations for Armin, mostly just trying to get his core animation set out of the way so I don't have to think about it anymore. So this includes his, you know, attack combos. Those are already in. He has a downward thrust, which is new, an upward swing, which is relatively new, a forward thrust, which now has the end frames on it. So this used to go into red frames earlier, but now they're done. So also added the face and updated the hair a little bit. We also have a back step, which is done. So we've got up, down, forward, back, combo. We've got upswing, which is new, and downswing, which is new. As of like this week, they're all polished. And then also the main combo. This air combo has been in the game since 2018, and I haven't had a good excuse to swap it out, other than the fact that it needs a bit of recoloring. But I'm probably going to keep it in there for the demo just because it's not really there yet. So yeah, like that's actually his core animation set done for his combos, which is really good. The dodge roll is also pretty old, but again, not going to change it. It's pretty good. It serves its purpose. The rest of what needs to be done. Oh, I also added a frame onto the end of this. That's just hopefully going to make it a bit less jarring. It's just bringing the sword back really to go into the fall animation. It's not a lot of frames. The next thing that's on the list is the backflip and the wall ride. So yeah, the backflip is the one I haven't touched yet. So we've got this, which is just like running up the wall, and then we have this, which is backflipping off the wall. What is going on making this take so long? Hang on a second, pals. Might just be that we're running out of memory. So, yeah, the backflip, we'll definitely have to get to it. It's probably, you know, it's probably not the highest priority right now, though it's important that it's in the game. There are aspects to the backflip where I feel like from a design perspective, I haven't really validated it. Like I don't know if I'm going to keep it at the same height or the same distance back off the wall. If I'm even going to let you do the backflip, I'm kind of like still a little iffy on that. So for now, I might just take the wall run and give that a keyframe. So let's do that right now. And then maybe we'll jump over to some of the feature test stuff. Yeah. You guys, I'm so motivated. I can't even explain how like much of a mental shift I've had in the last week. It's really weird. Like it's not something that I expected. You know, it's been very hard for me to force myself to engage with a lot of this mental energy that I have to have. But for some reason, I think it's because my back's against the wall a little bit with this stuff. You know what happened? It was like a week ago. I was sitting at home and I was like, oh, I need to transfer a bunch of money to my spending account because I've got rent is due and it's my wife's birthday around this time, and it's Valentine's Day coming up, and rent is due, and the electricity bill came, and all of this stuff happened at once, and I was like, oh shoot, like I don't have that much money left. And then I started thinking about all of the things. Oh, it was that my business, my company that I've set up, I didn't have payroll set up to pay myself through my company. That's the thing you have to do once you have a company. It's like you're the director of the company, but the company bank account is like the company's bank account. So if you're going to pay yourself from the company, you have to like be an employee of the company and give yourself a salary. You can't like just take the money because it's not your money, it's the company's money. So you have to basically pay yourself a wage. And I was like, I haven't set that stuff up, and so I basically need to do this now, because if I don't, I'm gonna have no money. And it just like, I started getting like, you know, I spend a lot of time in like a bit of an anxiety response, being like, oh, I don't want to deal with that. I'll think, you know, when I get to it, I'll get to it, and I'm so busy on blah 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 that I can't focus on this other thing. And I got to the point where I was like, I'm angry at this. Like, I need to be better. This stuff's not going to get done if I don't get better right now. So I just kind of got into gear, and that's just like, it's just made things better. I was upset that I wasn't better at organizing this stuff automatically. You know, like the fact that I had to be motivated by the threat of like running out of money was like very frustrating. Like I'm a smart person. I'm better than this, you know? That was the thought. So yeah, it's I'm glad that I'm starting to prove to myself that I might actually be better than that, and I might actually be able to do this stuff. You know, I was thinking about like running a company and like what I lack, like the skills that I lack or whatever. And you know what? Like, I think one of the biggest skills that I have to learn, it's not being better at anything. It's actually just delegating. It's like, and not just delegating to people, but delegating to myself. Like it's just like know what it is that you're good at and what you're not good at, and offload the thing, whatever it is, to a time and place and person or whatever who is most appropriately qualified to do the thing, rather than not have it be done at all because you're too proud to let go of the responsibility. Like I know that sounds weird. It's like, wait, if you're offloading to yourself, that's not delegation, that's just organization. But really, like, I really feel like it's actually more like the part of the skill that I thought I needed was the skill to juggle a bunch of stuff in my head. But instead, the skill that I should be using is just my ability to know the right time and place to handle stuff. So anyway, that's just a little musing from me. I feel excited about all this. I think, you know, I really want to give being a director a shot. You know, I want to be able to say that I did my best at this, and I want to push myself. And my ticket to that is this grant funding. So I don't want to lose that opportunity. You know, it's like I'm so close. I'm so close to having, you know, a career dream come true. So I should just do it. And it's not like a chance-based thing. It's just like if you want this, do it. Like, make it happen. So I'm going to try to make it happen. And you know what? All that scary stuff about like, oh, like I've got so much stuff to do and it's overwhelming and all of those thoughts. I feel so embarrassed saying this, but it's actually kind of fun when you're doing it. You know, it's not actually scary. It's possible to enjoy being organized. Like going and helping my uncle with this family history book thing. I wouldn't have had time for that if I didn't make time for it. And now that I made time for it, it actually felt good. I didn't feel overwhelmed or bad. I felt like it was something that I wanted to do. And it gave me more energy to work on this today. So the thought that I've had in my mind recently, the little mantra, is you have to spend all of your days on one thing or another. All of the days have to get spent. So just what would you prefer to spend them doing? You can spend them worrying, or you can spend them being productive, or you can spend them doing whatever you want, but you have to spend them. Or better yet, they will be spent. You know? Every day is going to pass, so you choose what you want to do. Yeah. Like, not doing stuff is not abstaining from living life. You're just living life doing a lot less. You know, but the time is still spent. Or another way to think about it would be something like it's a not choosing is still a choice. You're just choosing to basically not exist for a little bit. And a lot of this, for me, if I'm being a bit cryptic here, a lot of this has to do with like the time that you wake up. You know, like actually, like what time do you get up? If you're in bed an extra hour, that doesn't put off the day by an hour. The day started already. You're just not spending it, you know? I don't know. I know that like in like a month, this is going to all go away, I'm sure. I'll be suffering again, but I need to try to like say this stuff now so that I don't forget it when it becomes relevant again. I feel like there's an understanding that I might be able to reach if I'm just careful enough to. If I'm enthusiastic enough now, I might keep some of this stuff. How do you deal with lack of motivation? I don't think I struggle from lack of motivation. I think I struggle from like lack of self-control. That's my biggest, that's the thing. For me, it's that. It's not, I've never, you know, it's such a weird thing. I don't really associate myself with depression. I'm someone who, I've experienced depression, but I don't actually think that that's like the root problem that I have. I feel like depression for me and like lack of motivation in that sense, like I know like there's a lot of people who I know in my life who they talk about, man, I look so dark in this. What happened? Let me see if I can brighten this scene up. One sec. I don't know when when my scene got so dark. I feel like it was, it was nice for a long time. And anyway, yeah, like I'm the kind of person who has always associated like myself with like, getting, what's the word? Not having the energy to do things, right? And I know a lot of people in my life who when they talk about that, they talk about that in paired up with this idea of like sleeping all day. I don't have a problem with sleeping all day. I have a problem with spending all day in bed, not being able to sleep. Basically sleep apnea, creating like an insomnia, and being like chronically sleep deprived, and that being upsetting. So like I would go through, as a younger adult, I would go through days of like being so tired that like I physically couldn't work. And it's, as far as motivation, you can't be motivated when you're sleep deprived. It's just physically, you can't concentrate enough to think coherent thoughts, to solve problems, or to persist doing some task. Like you're just, the brain's it's not ready for the day, So for a long time, I was like pretty convinced that, I guess I never really blamed myself for that. I just resigned myself. I just sort of accepted that it was like out of my hands, and it is a medical issue. But that's it. Like I was just like, well, I'm just not the kind of person who can wake up at a normal time and do stuff. But so as far as like motivation is concerned, my lack of motivation, or my motivation or lack thereof, has never been about mood in its rawest sense. It's never been like, I don't feel like doing stuff today. It's more like, I don't have the energy to do stuff today. Now, I did suffer from lack of motivation on my personal projects when I was at university. When I was like really a lot younger, this was something where I think what you're describing, what most people talk about when they talk about like lack of motivation, it's around the time when they're learning stuff, and it typically comes from a lack of commitment, like emotional commitment. So they'll pick a project and they'll be like, oh, this looks cool, this looks fun, and they'll start working on it, and then at some point they'll just lose steam on it. They'll just be like, oh well, I don't really care. I've realized I don't care about this as much as I thought I did, and now I've got a better project that's cooler, and I'll spend time doing that. That kind of motivation is like, that's just because you're not experienced enough to love the project yet, because there's so much else that you have to learn, and you're just in a place where your skills probably aren't developed enough for you to get excited about applying them and just fall in love with that. Or maybe you're more of an engineer than a designer, and you just like to build stuff, and once you build the thing, you get over it, and that's fine. So for me, like I do think of myself as an artist. I enjoy doing all of this stuff. I don't really get demotivated to work on the game ever. Like, I like working on the game. It's my favorite thing to do. And the only thing that I would say compromises my motivation is burnout. That's the only thing. And burnout comes from, it's different. Burnout comes from putting yourself in a space where you force yourself to do something beyond, like, your body is a physical machine. If you fixate your eyes on the screen for 12 hours, you don't need a break because you're bored of the work. You need a break because, like, your eyes physically can't do it anymore. Or some tasks are so repetitive that they just can't be done for a certain amount of time straight. Like animation. I got like 5-6 hours in me a day of animation. I can't do 8 hours of animation a day. Like my brain just can't. I lose perspective. My ability to do it just suffers, right? So how do I deal with demotivation in that sense? It's just take a break and work on something else. But there's a lot of different things that we call motivation and a lot of different reasons why you can have less of it than you want. For me, all of this stuff with like the organization stuff, like getting myself organized in the day, it's actually been this thing of just me not realizing, like a huge portion of what I've been experiencing has been like accidental or like ignorance of how many hours a day I spend not doing things, like accidentally giving up huge chunks of my day. Just because like I did this thing where I was like super tired. I'd get up at like 9, 10 a.m. and then work till 6 p.m. and be like, well, it's nighttime and I've got to make dinner and I've got to have a shower and blah, blah, blah. And then do nothing for the rest of the evening, but then not fall asleep until like 1:30. So it's like between the hours of like 6 p.m. and like the next 11 a.m., those hours could be so much more productive if I just started my day sooner, which means going to bed earlier the night before, making sure I sleep properly, which is hard to do for me, but you know, whatever. But that cycle, actually, what fixed it was setting up things for me to do in the early morning. Weirdly enough, because if you don't have anything to do the next day, you go to bed late, right? But it's like me going to bed late is stopping me from being productive when I do want to get up, even if that's 10 a.m. And it leaves me with so little energy to work at night. So like this all started because my wife started going to work at 8 a.m. And I started, my dad has wanted me to play golf with him recently. So I started meeting up with him to go to the driving range at 8 a.m. And before that, I wasn't getting out of bed till like 10. So just being forced, just like literally scheduling stuff in my calendar that I would need to be up at 8 a.m. for, forced me to go to bed at like 11 because it's like, I don't want to die tomorrow. I need to sleep like way earlier. And that's now given me like I just don't have the time to sit in bed on my phone anymore, you know? So weird. Like the solution to being too tired to be busy was to just be busier. That's literally what it was. It's like, no, just be busy. You force yourself to be able to to do what you need to do. It's very circular and it's not good advice to people. I don't think it would be very good advice to somebody who wasn't ready to hear it. Like, it's like saying, just be better, bro. But I think I needed it to be like that for me. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's it. Like, work expands to fill the time. Yeah, if you make time for the work you set. So just be busier. You know, this animation looks worse now that it's detailed. Isn't that weird? There's this other thing of like, sometimes... Oh, that was the other thing. When I was saying like, oh, you know, you're going to spend every hour anyway. You have to be awake for that time. The flip side of that, or like the extended version of that I didn't finish saying, was that like, being anxious and like shutting down because you don't have the energy to do something also costs energy. You know, that's the thing that I was underestimating, is like, it's hard to spend like hours of your day avoiding work, or even just being like a vegetable. Like, being a vegetable is also tiring, you know? So it's not even that, like, you know, if you do nothing for like 3 hours in the morning, you don't feel more awake at the end of it. You just feel like, you just feel shitty still. It's like, it creates like a lethargy. So yeah, that's the other thing, is like, I just make it so that my brain doesn't have the space to go into sleep mode. That's what I'm trying to do anyway. Like, I've just got other things to do. Like, after tonight, I got things to do, you know? So I'll just go and do those things. And gosh, not having to think about what the things are is also like super important. Like, when you have to like, the job of thinking of things to do when you're tired is way harder than doing it at a different time. Like, if you've finished a day of work and you're like, what do I have to do? Do I have to do anything? I'm too tired to think of things to do, so I'll just chill out. You will never do anything that way. For me, it's like writing scripts for my videos would be an example of that. It's like, I don't have the... you know, I just finished a work day. I can't write a script for a video. But if I've put a calendar event in my calendar that says, you need to write a script for the video now, like, this is the time you have to do it, well, maybe I will do it. You know, if I scheduled it to be then, because I don't actually have any other time in my week, it's like, well, it's not like, do I feel like it? It's just like, this needs doing right now. It's time to do it. And there's something for me specifically, I don't know if you guys are like this, but like, I actually need time to emotionally prepare for something. Like, if I know I'm doing something 24 hours out, by the time it happens, I'm okay. I can do it. You know, like, if someone says, we're going for dinner with our parents tomorrow. You know, if my wife says that, that's okay. If she says, we're going now to dinner with our parents, I'm like, you know, I had all these things I was going to do with my day, you know? Like, it's just like the emotional preparation. Just waking up in the morning and saying, I know what I have to do today. That is so much more comforting, or like, it requires so much less energy to do things that were already decided. Because like, if there's a plan, I can stick to the plan. You know, if someone tells me we're doing something, I can do that. I just need to know that we're doing it. It's weird. Maybe, you know, I've been considering, this week we've been doing a lot of soul searching, a lot of thinking about stuff. And sometimes I wonder if, like, you know, we've talked about things like autism and ADHD and like just neurodivergence in general. And in some areas, it's like, you know, like, am I an introvert? Am I an extrovert? There's maybe an explanation in, like, it could be that, like, I have, you know, mild autism, but I would otherwise be an extrovert. And yeah, like an extrovert with mild autism who given the scope of, and the structure, is much more extroverted. But if I don't have my structure and I don't have my preparation and whatever, I just I revert to an introvert as like a security thing. That probably tracks. I'm not saying that like I don't have a diagnosis or anything, but like that sounds like me a little bit. Because my wife is like more properly an introvert. Like she's different from me. And we feel a lot of the same things, but like sometimes I just think to myself, we're not the same. We're so similar. Like it's crazy how similar we are. But like some of the things that she describes, I think of myself as being a bit more, I don't know. It's strange. It's like, I don't hate people, you know? She's the kind of person who would be like, I hate people. I mean, she's lovely company, but like there's just like a part of her that just like wants to be alone a lot of the time. I am not really like that. I like being around people, I think. But I often choose not to be. I often find myself alone and enjoying being alone because it's safer, maybe? I don't know. So it's just, I don't know, it's an ongoing little thing I've got in my mind. I probably won't even really get tested or anything like that. It's just me trying to understand me. Yeah, I won't self-diagnose. It's not, I mean, it'll be just like the little meme in my head, you know? I'll just, as my mental shorthand for like forgiving myself for being who I am, I'll just say that I do that I am that. But I'm not gonna, you know, between me and myself and the 200 people watching, I'll just say that I probably have mild autism. But no, in reality, like I don't know. I'm probably whatever. If it helps me understand myself, and those are the words I use, and I don't use them outside of my internal interpretation of who I am, that's probably okay. So let's, I think I'm going to move on from this now. Let's do a quick GitHub commit. When you were starting out on this game, did you have any story in mind? Yeah, the story came first. And it hurts me when that happened. It hurts me to have written the story first. Hey, Alazius. Well, that's the thing, is like, when I say my wife's an introvert, she needs a lot of time away from people once she's been with people. She really needs to like calm down. Like she needs like an hour in the dark on her phone to be herself again. Whereas like I can I can go to a big party and in the car ride on the way home, I want to talk. Like I get like, it feeds me a little bit. And it's weird that it's like that. Because otherwise I spend so much time alone. You would think I would do it because it's what I need. But I actually think I kind of like, I seek out social interaction when there is a safe and structured way for me to do it. I don't drink alcohol. That's the thing. I don't drink. Okay, so Dancing Pixel says, when you started out, why does it hurt for you to have written the story first? It hurts because a lot of the mechanical additions to the game that I've made, a lot of the systems that drive the game, it would be much easier for those to be coherent if the story was used to explain them. Like, a lot of the stuff in the game that I think doesn't super check out, or that's hard to write about, is the stuff that has to do with Armin being a blacksmith, because the magic system doesn't inherently have much to do with blacksmithing. I had to like shoehorn it together, and then I have to keep updating it to like fit the mechanical design decisions that I'm making. And every time there's a design decision that I am considering making, there's like a, will this fit with the story that I already wrote? Asterisk that I have to process. I have to always think, oh, does this fit? Does this make sense? And then how do I make it make sense? Whereas if you just make the game fun first, and then you explain it with a story that didn't exist prior, you build the story around the mechanics. I just feel like that's easier to explain, because like it's arbitrary, right? Like he could have been any other profession or done any other thing. But the fact that I chose to make him a blacksmith first put a constraint that is not really that critical for the game being a success. Excited for Wave Tracker? Oh, squiggly things. Hey, squiggly. Spring steel. The material? I think so. Yeah, it's just one of those things where like you know, you're building, it's like load bearing decisions, you know. When you make load bearing decisions on early in the game that might actually be subject to change, you need to be very careful about how you do that. It's this whole concept of dependencies. In software design, they talk about dependencies in terms of like code depending on other code, but I think about it in a design sense as well. Design dependencies. So that's my whole approach these days. Yeah. Oh, I could give you the best GDC talk. Not the best, but a really good one, I think. Just based on what I've learned so far. There's so much stuff that I learned about design from this project. I'm still learning a lot. And you know what? It's not that novel. The stuff that I've learned is stuff that they tell you in university or whatever, or colleges. But it's just taken me a long time to learn it. And so I've had to like make a lot of mistakes, and But I think that making those mistakes has given me the experience to be able to consolidate it maybe in a way that's a bit more coherent, like a unified theory kind of thing about design and how to approach the process of game design. Maybe. All right. So that works now. Let's go zoop over here and let's take this out. Backstep slash, done. Forward thrust, done. It's now just the backflip. I probably won't do this stuff, so we actually did a really good job. It's not really done in Kruger. It's just that, you know, there's a gap. There's actually it's an unfortunate thing. There is a difference between understanding that something is the case and knowing the thing. So when someone says, you should always gray box your designs first. Let's say you're a first year game design student and someone says, you should, the professor says, you should do gray boxing for all of your designs, right? Don't do any art until you've got the mechanics set up. You can know that, you can understand that they said that, and that you could probably even understand why it's a good idea to do that. but you don't have any of the experience to know how to do it in an effective way. And in fact, you can think 100% that you're doing it and be not doing it. You know, you can totally know that there's a mistake. I should avoid that mistake. Instead, I should do this. And then just because you have no oversight over your own process, you still make the mistake. And having that oversight is not the same as having respect for the information you were told, or thinking that you know everything when really you don't. Like, you know that you don't know, and you think you're only trying to listen to the advice that other people who are more experienced than you told you, but you don't know enough about how to apply it because you don't have the experience. So you're still destined to make the mistake anyway, until you make the mistake at least once. It's I don't know what you call that, but it's not Dunning-Kruger, because I feel like Dunning-Kruger is about overestimating your ability. This is more just like the vortex of the calling of the void of making mistakes. Like, you just don't know how to avoid them, even if you think you know, even if someone told you, you know? You still, like, a lot of the time it's the depth of it. Like, you don't know how deeply to apply it, or even that you could be applying it more deeply. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. Or even just like what is, when we talk about like prototyping, right? These animations that I'm prototyping. Okay. This stuff here, you can break down these animations. You could say, okay, there's like a bunch of animations. How would I prototype this? Maybe I don't put the hair in and I don't do the cloak, like the jacket. So I take out all the secondary animation, and maybe I don't do any of the shading, and I didn't do any of the coloring, and that's a prototype, right? Or you could say, oh, actually, no. What if I don't do any of that? What if I just do keyframes? That's a prototype, right? I don't even do 9 frames of animation. Instead, I just do like 3 frames of animation. Maybe that's a prototype. And then you could say, hang on. What if I don't do any animation frames? I just draw the hitboxes and I make the hitboxes appear in the timings. Maybe that's a prototype. So like you can actually apply the lesson of like, don't overcommit detail before you validated the design decision. You can apply that lesson so far down the track that a beginner mightn't even, they don't even realize how to do that, you know? How far to strip back their work before they commit time and energy to it. And at what, like the granular opportunities where you can save time or where you actually have to commit time, you know? Like the sword, and this is back to the dependencies thing. Like this box that this occupies is probably more important than anything that's happening with the character. So when do you define the box's size and shape and on-screen duration and how many frames until the box shows up? That's probably way more important than what the character looks like. But if you're like an animator, you don't even, that's not where you're at. You know, you're not thinking about that stuff. You're like, I'm going to animate a fun character, and how do I do that? You know, I want the sword to look cool. And then even before that, there is the conversation about what, like, so we've talked about stripping away everything up until the hitboxes. But then the question is, should there be hitboxes? Like, is this an action game? Maybe the game doesn't, some people, like me, I did this. I was like, I'm going to make a side-scrolling action adventure game. The first thing I did was do running animation and attack combo because I was like, well, I want to play the game that I'm making. Put them in. But maybe the game that I was making could have been like a different genre almost. You know, maybe the value, like questioning what it is exactly you're trying to make and making sure that there's a thing-shaped hole to put things in before you start making the things. You know what I mean? Like before you put the foundations of a building up, you also have to do a verification on the terrain that the house is going to be built on. You know, you validate even that. And sometimes it's like, well, maybe a house shouldn't go here. Maybe something else should go here. Maybe a block of units or, you know, a duplex or demountable or something else, you know. So you can go so far down that validation track of like, you know, until you reach like the core of like what it is you're doing and why. So like, should you be making a practical, like a game that uses your skills, or should you be making a game that serves the market, or do you have some artistic expression you want to make? And then if you build everything on top of that, you might find that the game that you make is a bit different. And maybe the first prototypes that you do are more useful in validating that stuff. For example, actually, one of the largest, this is a bit of an aside, but like one of the largest, most time-consuming things I've done in this game, the actual nut that I've needed to crack in this project that's taken me like years to solve, and it's been pervasive. It's been a constant thing that I'm always bumping up against, that I'm constantly trying to solve in order to prove the game is worth putting time into, is this idea about platforming and combat in concert. How do you manage platforming and combat? And it may be the case that the things that I'm trying to do with platforming and combat, let's just say hypothetically, if it's the case that those things aren't super practical, like there's just no real way to do it, you could validate that question of like, is there a full game's worth of fun, cool stuff you can do with platforming and combat? You could validate that in like 3 months if you really wanted to. You could build all the systems. You could make it so that you could test that. And then you could say, does this work for a pixel art game? Before starting to make a pixel art game. And maybe it's that pixel art games are not practical to do that kind of thing. So for me, what I've had to learn is like, state machines. My state machines at the start were not as sophisticated as they needed to be, because I didn't realize how much energy I would have to put into them to make the enemy behaviors sophisticated enough to do the stuff that I wanted to do with the combat and platforming. And animation fidelity. Just how many different animation states you need in order to satisfy that stuff. I've basically gone from making what I thought was Dark Souls to discovering that it needs to be more like Smash Brothers. Just because I didn't have the design mastery to identify where the constraints needed to be, where the fun was in that space. So like the game has slowly expanded into the shape that this set of ideas allows for, but I didn't know that at the time when I started designing it. So there are tons of revisions of art frames and enemy designs and things where I've constantly been redoing stuff, not because I'm a perfectionist, but because I've realized, this doesn't work anymore with what the game is now proving that there is more value in as an experience. From like a marketing perspective, like what do people want to play? Is there a valuable game in this shape? And is that shape the thing that I'm making? Or am I making something that's this shape that doesn't actually solve that niche? It's real, man. This stuff is like, it's crazy. It's the level of depth of like what you learn making games by yourself for like 7 years. I've never learned anything like this before. I've never like found myself in such a deep opportunity space to learn, you know? It's really, really, really cool. It's just a shame that it takes so long to learn the things, but like the depth of it is like, wow. Another really short example before I get back to the game is, so I was working in 2020. I started working on a game called Throneless. It was a tactics game that I built for a game jam for Ludum Dare 48, 49. Not sure which one it was. Maybe it was earlier, 47. And I was like, I want to experiment with the intersection between tactics and roguelike. That sounds cool, right? Like tactics game and roguelike. So instead of waiting for all the characters to take their turns, every character moves at the same time, right? And there's permadeath and whatever, procedural spaces. That sounds really cool. It sounds a bit like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, maybe. I'm not sure exactly how that game plays it, but you know, that was the thought. And I spent 2 months on the game after the jam, exploring this thing. And in the end, I just dropped the project because I discovered right around the time where I was like prototyping like proper level designs and like proper encounters, I was like, oh, this isn't fun. Like I just like, oh, the thing that I thought I was doing, taking the peanut butter and the chocolate and making Reese's peanut butter cups, actually what I was doing was taking like, you know, like sweet and savory and just mashing them together in a way that just didn't work. Because the thing about tactics games, the thing that makes them interesting and fun is the tactical implications of queuing things up and having the game, having those things like land at the same time. Like, can I get my soldier in front of my mage before the mage takes damage because I've got the initiative to get there in time? It's the Dungeons and Dragons style turn-based combat stuff where you can kind of like you get ahead of the thing that you know is coming up because you can plot out the game in your head, and you can, or maybe it's like my soldier has like 1 HP, my white mage has a healing spell that has a range of 6 tiles. It's her turn next. I'm going to run over to within 6 tiles of my soldier, heal him up, and then it's the enemy right in front of his turn. And that enemy does 30 damage, and my soldier has 50 HP at max, but right now he's got 1, and if I heal him for 40 HP, he'll be able to tank that next hit. That strategy doesn't work in a roguelike because the game is changing every single character. If there's 6 characters on a team, 12 characters are moving at the same time. So you can't do the preparation of like, oh, if I do this and then that happens and then this happens and then it'll work this way and I'll be able to. Instead, it's more just like, what's happening? Oh, that person died. Oh, and that person, like, it's all just sort of happening at the same time. It's just like, rather than like lots of little events ticking, it's just one every turn, which is just like not fun. Like, it just like wasn't fun. I was like, oh, well, there's nothing to be gained here, because the next nearest fun thing that I could pivot the game to that I had built was just Final Fantasy Tactics. Like, the answer to the problem, that particular design problem, is solved by making it turn-based. That's it. Like, you just do the thing that already exists, and now you have a game that could be fun. But why make the game if the reason for making the project was to explore this novel space? Okay, I've explored the space. I don't want to make a tactics game. So, project over. So that level of like discovery, how do you know, I could have probably avoided that by prototyping the game without doing the assets earlier. You know, there are ways you can get around that process. where the optimal design efficiency is to find those critical answers with the least amount of investment possible. That's mastery in game design. If you can navigate the problem space without investing all the energy and resources. Design is not about creativity. It's not about making up something that doesn't exist yet, or that has that you're not creating something, you're searching a space, right? It's like there are cool opportunities at the intersection of, you know, certain levels of design mechanics or whatever, and your job is to traverse the terrain looking for the cool opportunities within the space that you've set for your game. And being able to sense when there's valuable terrain and sniff it out and find it without putting in like tons and tons and tons of energy, that's what you want to be doing. Because otherwise, what is the process? It's not like being an auteur. It's not like, do you really think that people just go, wake up in the morning one day, have a perfect, fully formed game in their brain, and then spend years making that game and then be a millionaire or whatever? Like, maybe like 1 in a million people have that experience. But more often than not, what I find is that people who are hailed as geniuses because of some amazing game or idea, movie, book, whatever, the next time they try to replicate that process, they don't succeed. They succeed once. And I chalk that up to basically luck. Like if you drop the pin, if you start your journey on the top of the mountain, you don't have to look very far, right? But what are the odds that the journey starts at the top of the mountain? So process is a way of like navigating that, right? Process is a way of saying, okay, if I'm not lucky, how do I make the most of my time? How do I actually pivot where I need to, change the concept, grow, develop, whatever, such that if it's there, I'll find it. And if it's not, I can move on to the next thing sooner so that I get more opportunities with the time I have. That's all you can do. Maximize your opportunity by navigating efficiently. And that's, you could say that about anything in design, not just the game itself as a whole, but even like mechanics or quests that you design or anything, any aspect of the design. Let's say you have a UI design that you've created. That UI might not be the right UI for the game that you're making, and you might not have more than a couple of attempts to redo it before it's time to move on because you only have a certain amount of budget or timelines are running out or whatever. So design efficiency, it's not just about can you get to the destination. It's like sometimes you only have so many like steps that you can take. The resources you have limit you from even being able to explore the space. So making the most of what you've got is valuable at any scale. Are you comfortable with your current knowledge of what ideas... Sorry, I'm just going to read some comments. Are you comfortable with your current knowledge of what ideas can actually make it into your game and those that can't? These days, yeah. Right now, I'm very comfortable with that. Yeah. My game is like there's a period of time when you're designing something that the scope increases over time and you're thinking about what could my game be? And then there's a point in time where it stops and you go, my game can only be this. And it can't be this or that or this or that. You have to start like making it smaller rather than bigger. And I definitely crossed that point, I don't know, maybe 12 months ago? More? 14 months ago? I was like, okay, it really needs to be this. And if it's going to be this, it probably can't be that anymore. It can't do that. It can't do that. So now we're just going to focus on making it this. Well, I had a bunch of things that I thought it could be, and they had to be developed to a point where they ran into each other. You know, like it was from, and this is again, design inexperience. You can build a crafting system, and you can build a combat system, and you can build an in-game economy, and you can build whatever. You can build all those systems at a really low level and go, oh yeah, this fits. And then you try to build content out of those systems and it doesn't fit. So I had done that. I'd built a bunch of systems and gone, this sounds about right? And then started trying to make content out of them and going, oh, why would you do this? Yeah. I played Dicey Dungeons some time ago, and I saw that the importance of the genre in that game, and it was fun as hell. This is valuable. I might just start using free assets to trial out more mechanics first. I agree. I think that's a good idea. I recommend people use assets all the time now. Casatatis says, it's really interesting. It's somehow what happened with our last jam game. We realized that the two mechanics we were using couldn't actually merge together. It was like a cursed problem. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Cursed problems is a heuristic that covers this thing that I'm talking about. I call it something different. I call it conflicts in values. We had fast-paced gameplay, but another mechanic where you had to make strategic decisions. So it clashed in that sense. Yeah, exactly. Showcake says, there is that initial dart draw to set your starting point, and sometimes there appear to be multiple correct choices towards something good. That's always true. I mean, you can make... There are like, you know, millions of possible fun games. It's just that you have to make one at a time, you know? Will you tag your game as Metroidvania? Maybe. Okay. So, I'm going to take a quick break just because I feel like now's the time to do it. And then I want to do really quickly. I want to do mechanics. Create acceleration curve on wall climb. That's my to-do for right now. Okay. All right, I'll be back in 5 and then we'll smash this out and we'll keep going. Okay. Cool. So, let's go. Let's make this happen. I haven't looked at this in a little while. This is ensign ability behaviors. This is a green behavior. This is wall climb. We have speed as a fixed value there. That's nice. I gave myself a nice stub to do this in. Okay. So basically what I would do here is I just want an easing curve at the beginning of it. It doesn't matter how tall the wall is. I think what we want is a good 0.5 seconds where we accelerate. And then after that point, we just persist with the high speed. So what we need here is probably, I think I'll do this with an animation curve. Shouldn't be too hard. Is that how you spell that? Single L. Interesting. Okay. Now, gosh, there's a thing that I do this with a velocity mapped state. I suppose I could also sample it a different way. Have I tried twinning libraries? I've actually written my own twinning library, which I literally just decided to use that instead. Not instead, but as well. Okay. What is a tween? Tween means it's like a like it comes from animation, so you have keyframes and you have between frames. So between frames is like the stuff that happens to interpolate from one keyframe to another. It's like the smooth motion between two frames. And so a twinning library is basically a thing that handles interpolation between points. That's all it is. Yeah. Okay. Unscaled time? False. Okay. What are the states? Interesting. Climb wall is here. Cool. How do you decide when to do things in code versus doing them in Unity UI? Animations would be a good example of that. I find myself thinking UI would save on code being maintained later, but when I'm using UI, I'm thinking this would be faster to do in code. Oh, that's just an experience question, I think. It's typically, code is there if you want to be able to change things in real time, or if you want to change things because of factors that you don't know until runtime. Like, did I say real time? I meant runtime. So like, in animation, if you know it's not going to change, and you know you're going to need it a lot, and you know it needs to be something you can see, do it in the editor. But here, it's a bit of a mix of both. Like, watch what I'm about to do. So what I'm doing here is I'm using a tweening library, but I'm also using code. Oops. So the solution here is that I know that updating the velocity of a rigid body is something that's hard to do with an animator. It's not really what you want to do. Position and velocity are kind of like, it's a little, especially because I've got a state machine that's done in code exclusively. So for me, doing changes to the properties of a thing, probably typically do it in code, but the curve is something that I want to design. So this is like a character that's about to like zip at in a specific way. And I want a curve like this for that process. Probably one that looks a bit more like this. Like that, I guess. So I'm doing the parts that need to be designed by hand, and I'm doing the parts that need to be designed with code. Another example here is that the value that I'm animating towards is 1, and the value that I'm animating from is 0. That means that this is normalized. So it means that I can set the speed of the character independently of the animation curve. The top speed, the speed that we're animating towards. That's something you couldn't do in the animator. So what it means is that if I like the shape of this curve, I never have to touch it. If I want to change the top speed, I can change that with this slider. And the code helps me split those two concepts out into two different UI elements. You know, top speed versus the shape of the curve. That is, I don't know how you figure that out without experience. So you see it there, right? It was like, whoop. Right? So like, I mean, if I wanted to be really good, I'd probably even change the acceleration time to be less. Right now I've got it as 0.5 seconds. But, I mean, I can make it like 0.3, no big deal. Luckily, hot reload allows me to just do that without needing it to be its own thing. I think that the top speed can be a lot faster now. Given that, pardon me, given that it takes a little bit longer to get there. I think we can go like 0.4 seconds of acceleration time. And we can make the top speed faster, because I feel like now that it starts slower, you get a better grip of like how fast it's really supposed to be going. You kind of feel like, oh yeah, I know what's happening. Now hurry up and do it. Whereas before it was like, whoa, what's happening? Yeah, that felt pretty cool. I think that the start speed's maybe a little flat. Maybe it's more like this. You still get that kick up, but you know, or maybe just we take the overall speed and make it a little faster. The start. Hey, how's it going? You can take down the startup time to be a little bit more consistent. So like maybe make it more like 3.5. The thing that it's starting from is not 0 speed. It's starting at zero time. That's not the velocity value. That's the acceleration. That's the, what's the word? Wait, is that what I'm doing? Oh yeah, I could start this from like 0.1. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I could be doing that better. So like, just so that doesn't have quite as slow of a startup. I actually think that maybe it should have that startup at 0. It's just about how quickly you go from 0, because right now we have a negative speed, right? So actually, I'm going to take it back. I think it should start at 0. I just think it's about how fast we go from nothing to something appreciable. That last one didn't feel too crazy. It felt a little stable. Also, gravity needs to be turned off. He's still slipping down. So I think that what I'm missing from it, what I want to see, is something more drastic somewhere. It's very, it's not like, whoa, or, it's kind of like too gradual. So if I make this more angular, that'll be probably better. You know, even if it's just like that. Just more of a kick on the curve to sort of feel like, okay, we're going. Not like it's a bike that needs to be pedaled up. And then there was another value. I think I'm okay. Don't know what this is though. Oh, I can get rid of that. There was something else I was going to do and I totally forgot to do it. Oh yeah, the gravity. So on wall climb, we're going to say core character dot rigid body to gravity scale is 0. And then as we exit, we're going to say, does this reset the body props? No. So we'll do it there. Cool. So I'm basically disabling gravity for the time that we're on this thing. He seems to drop visually. It seems like on the frame. Yeah, I think his body, I think the drawing, this needs to be higher. It's a little slow. I think top speed down to 3.2. Curve time down. Total animation curve time down to 0.3. And then start more like this. Hang on a second. Get rid of that. What is it? Is it even sooner? Is it 0.2 seconds instead of 0.3? In which case we can make the acceleration a bit more linear. Yet again. All right. What do I think of that? I think that this might not be a... I think it's fine. I think it's actually really good. I just think that the animation's kind of uninspired. Just being a flat thing like that. It's weird because it works for the bounce, but it doesn't seem to work for this. I don't think it's a problem with any aspect of the motion. I think it's just that it visually doesn't feel good to look at yet. But the thing that's more important to me is the player balance. So like as you're going up, when do you jump off? Like how fast is it? How fast can you practically go up the wall? Because it feels very fast. Yeah, I'm gonna slow it down. Knowing when to jump off is probably more important than having it feel like you're going really quick. So like maybe 2.85. Yeah, I mean, that's still pretty quick, but I'm not gonna not know how to do it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Cool. Task done. So right now, the way it works is this. You have anything that's doing an ability or can do an ability. When it's doing it, it glows. So he's glowing anytime he's in an ability, he's glowing. As are enemies. If they're doing an ability, they're also glowing. The yellow is just because it's a prototype. It's just not finished yet. And then as far as whether he's supposed to be running up the wall, I haven't decided yet. So currently every other ability is a freeze frame. And I was hoping I could keep it that way because it saves me a lot of energy animating stuff. And it actually feels right in a lot of cases. So when I'm looking at this animation here, the freeze frame feels good, right? It's kind of like the particles are doing all of the job, all the work. There is a little bit of a lead up, but I just don't know, in this context, running up the wall, it doesn't quite have the same feeling. Maybe because visually, like in this case, it's almost like the sword is pulling him along, or like he's throwing the sword forward. And so it's like, oh, and now we go forward. Whereas this animation, it's like, where does the up come from? Is he running up? Is he being thrust up? Where is the up? So is the sword like propelling him upwards from below? So that's a way that you could try to diagnose what's going on. In any case, I just don't think it's a very strong... It's not there yet. Like Thor's hammer. The hammer pulled you off? I wouldn't blur the legs, no. The camera? Well, if you're moving forward and then you use it, it kind of stays with you. Are you saying about the same? I think the camera's reaction to both of them is pretty similar. I do different things for... I do different things for vertical camera motion versus horizontal. Horizontal has a lot more look ahead. But there's not much I can do to change that. It's pretty set for other reasons. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, the game, this is like partly a problem with like 16 by 9, you know, screens. It's like there's more to look at this way than this way. So if you go up, how much more should you see? I mean, it would be nice to do some look ahead. I think you're right. Like if we could see up as we go up, that'd be cool. The only problem is if as soon as I jump off, now the camera's going to have to swing to go back down. Vertical motion has this thing where gravity is a thing, and gravity makes everything swing, right? If you were going up, what's going to happen? Now we're going to go down. And if you try to look ahead as they go up and then try to look ahead as they go down, the camera goes, whoa, right? It's like, it's so disorienting to have look ahead vertically. If it's just a flat velocity based look ahead. So instead you have to do like, you have to be very careful. How do I get the scene graph? You build one like I did. There's nowhere else to get it. It's just, I built it. So, you know, we could try to create a bit of a, I don't have ability based camera logic yet in the game. So there's no like special fun camera stuff that happens because you're using an ability. Yeah, I mean like, oh yeah, secondary motion would be cool. Yeah. I'd love to animate it as, I would love to prototype this as a run, like an actual like, it's just that running is like, you know, it's expensive. Unless I try to like literally take the sprint animation. This is the difficulty with prototyping, is that sometimes a prototype that's fast isn't suitable at validation. So we could take this animation and we could rotate it 90 degrees. The problem I have with this, I think, is mostly to do with the fact that, one, it's not the animation. And two, the motion itself could be an issue. Like there's so much happening that having it all swing around and stuff, it might not be worth. Like the stability of this is easier to track. Having there be so much stuff is like, you know. All right. Let's just leave it for now. I'm not ready yet to do anything with it. So I don't think it's going to hurt my chances when it comes to funding the game. I think that it's a prototype and it needs to be a prototype. So we've discussed it. Now let's think about what's next. Okay. I'll just, yeah. If it needs a custom animation, I'll do it from scratch. I don't want to modify an existing animation because it's already not right. This is already not how I would animate him doing a wall run. Right? He's too tall. He's not leaning forward into the wall. It's just not right. So I wouldn't just take this and move the arm back. It's not. That has a lower chance of being good than doing it from scratch. But it would still be time consuming to do. So I'm just going to leave it for now. I think I could do something with this where I just animate the legs and then have the sword kind of sort of bob along as he runs. Keep it pretty simple. I would also love to do secondary motion. I probably will do that, but for now, let's move on. Okay. The backflip. Not much I can do with that. Hello. Welcome home. How was your day? You're so pretty. Your hair is looking like... Are you doing something with it? Are you putting like a cream in it or something? Yeah, I can tell. Looks nice. Yeah, it's not as... It looks like closer to like wetter. Looks like it's more... Oh, you got rained on. Your hair is like... It looks like... It looks like wet. Like almost like... Yeah, it looks good. I like those kind of like it's like ringlets, but they're thinner. They're not as chunky. I don't know.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Looks good. It's great. It's pretty early. 3:30. Okay. We're just having leftovers tonight, aren't we? Okay. I started late, so I might be late. Just come bother me when you're really bored. All right. Did you do something with your hair? Yeah, I got rained on. Okay, so I think that the next thing that can be done that's really important is validating the unlock system. I hate this conversation. I hate this topic because I'm not confident about what I'm doing. But it needs to be done. It's really important. So let me describe it. Thanks, Showcake. Or is it Shokake? No, it's Showcake, I'm sure. Otherwise, you'd have spelled it K-A-K-E. So this is the problem. And not problem, but like thing that I need to validate sooner than later. I have a system. The system has a bunch of moving parts. Those moving parts are good. They're good parts of the system, but they will be complicated to teach players early in the game. Normally, I would want to stagger those parts out so that you learn them one piece at a time. But either way, I still want to validate whether or not they're good. And for the purposes of a demo, I need to sort of cram them a little bit tighter. So I'm incentivized to make the education, like the onboarding tutorials for my ability system, more compact. I want to validate I want to make sure that the player understands how the game works so that they know it's not just a simple, straightforward Metroidvania style game. For me to do that, I basically need to test a bunch of systems, and you are going to be the ones who are going to help me test them. So I really need some honest feedback on this. Therefore, I need to build a test for you to play. And if I'm going to do that, I have some options. Depending on how much I want to have experienceable in the first chunk of gameplay where you test this thing. So I've written it down over here somewhere. So let's just quickly go over this. Bring forward the ensign system into the first chapter of the game, preferably in the first 20 minutes. In order to do this, some of the chapter 1 content has to be compressed or moved into a more of a prologue section, maybe. Yep, that's great. I'm already on board with that. What has to change in order for this to happen? So you get the sword, you discover a dungeon where you can upgrade the sword. We skip over some of the aspects of that, although maybe we don't skip over it. The thing is, it's all there for a reason, so if I skip anything, I'm actually risking you not understanding how it works. Anyway, player learns a power. Power is tested. You capture it, you use it, you reclaim it. These aspects has to happen. Has to happen. I think the systems, I think it's more important that you understand the systems, because I was at a meetup event on Tuesday and someone watching on from the side was like, I don't know if I would understand that. And so having it make sense is more important to me in the moment than having it be a polished vertical slice. I think it makes sense. You guys probably aren't even the best audience because you know how it works to some extent, but some of you wouldn't. So, okay. A lot of this has to do, man, there's so many moving parts. The first moving part is I need you to be in a place where your attention span is on, so that I can show you the things that you need to see. That will require this being presented in like a quest format of some sort. I think. The next thing is that this first experience with this thing, some of the dialogue around this, some of the visual presentation might be better done here, which I already have created, but this has a quest running through it. So I need to disentangle the quest from the thing, or reintroduce some of the parts. So play Subway Surfers. It's going to be a little hard. And I'm a bit scared of changing things too drastically. Let's just see what happens. Because I had previously kind of hard-coded this to be the first one that you unlock. It shouldn't be too hard. If I swap this with scale, I wonder what happens. No. What? Not that. Please, please, please. Yes. Okay, good. It actually does reflect the ability that's assigned to it. Okay, here we have a cutscene, which I probably won't be able to do this in the demo, but oh well. That's fine. I don't know why it's dark. Why is it dark? Hello? Nope. Nope. Oh. Cutscene is still on. Maybe? Morton says, hey, could you help me out? I'm embarking on creating content for game development and art. I'm unsure whether to use English as my native or Spanish. English or my native Spanish. While I feel more at ease with Spanish, English seems to have a larger game dev community, potentially reaching more people. I agree, but it depends on how confident you are in your English. I think, Morten, if you can speak well with your English, if it takes a bit more energy, but at least if you can do it, I think you'll be in a good spot. But if it's too difficult, Spanish, there's a lot of Spanish speakers out there. So I don't think you're doing too poorly with Spanish. I think you're okay. Like, it's not like Vietnamese, you know? Exposure? What? I turn the exposure down? Oh, it's a cutscene thing? That's very strange. That's never happened before. I feel bad. I feel a bit concerned about it. Hey, World Squid. Let's just watch it again and see if it happens again. So that's the camera transition exposure. So the exposure goes up and then comes back down because it fades out and fades back in. And here, we faded out, but we didn't fade back in again. I'm kind of confused. Oh, there's the cutscene camera. inactive. It is inactive. So I don't know what this is. That's really annoying. I don't want to spend time trying to fix it either. Why is the exposure doing this? Why do I have that? I suppose it depends on what kind of content you're sharing. If the content needs a lot of words to explain, it might be harder. But as long as you can communicate, I mean, that's up to you, I think, ultimately. So let's look at this. We're looking at root operator, which is a camera operator. We should be able to find who is controlling the exposure by looking at the main camera and looking at the camera behavior and looking at the camera stack. Oh. This cutscene camera is still... Oh! No, this is fine. This is fine. This is no problem at all. This is just me not updating something that needs to be updated. This is totally fine. It is the layer that this modal is being drawn on. It is that this is on the character layer or something, and it needs to be on the UI layer. I changed this in a different scene, so that's why it's like this. It's the same reason why you can see Armin in the foreground, but you shouldn't be able to see him anymore. I can solve this very quickly. Okay, that's fine. It's nothing. It's just a basic fix. Basically, it is the Overgrown Forge has this ability unlock system. I've got this on UI -1. If I apply that, what is animation mode? Done. That will fix it. It's just the sorting layer of the overlay was behind the sorting layer of the light box. That's all. So the black was in front of this thing. That was my fault. I should have updated it. like that. Now it's in front. So this, I think, needs to be in the demo. I think so. That like little tutorial sequence thing with the floating stuff and all that. I think it just needs to be there. So what is this? Rise tutorial sequence. I think this is the sequence player for it. It's got the snake. It's got the forge, extinguishing. I think I can copy and paste this stuff. It's going to break. All of it is going to break. But let's just see what we can get away with here. This should, yeah. Yeah, literally nothing. Oh, most of it. Not so bad. So these lights, I don't need anymore. None of this. That can just go. This thing is pulsing. I think that is the overgrown forge. On the overgrown forge. Yep. This thing, what is that? Yep, that's also the overgrown forge. Man, I used to be petrified of using this timeline. I mean, that. And now that's actually fine. That'll all work. So, what's going to trigger this thing? Demo Forge Rise tutorial sequence event. Horse play on quest update. Its required flag is bounce unlocked. Okay, so let me see if I can trigger this to just run on its own. Oh, it just ran on its own. Wow, that was like absolutely easy compared to what I thought it would be. Okay, cool. Except, why is that running? Oh, because it updated a quest flag and we went from... I don't know. I guess the forge is already triggering the quest flag? Scale crucible... no. I don't know, but it worked, so. Ernest Day, thank you so much for the follow. Waters Create, thanks for the follow. Love and Unity Ant, thank you so much for the follow. Gus, thank you for the follow. Okay, so the thing with this, however, is that this is not set up to do what we just saw, which is for the enemy to spawn here and for this to explain it all. And also the order in which you get the information is not great. So, because I didn't have a tutorial before. I didn't have the big blingy visual thing. And now I do. So now you see this information. You see how it works. And then it explains the thing. I guess the information is not too poorly laid out. But what you'll be basically doing is this again. So if I was to reappropriate this for scale rather than rise, I'd bring this wall and I'd drag it all the way over to here so that the enemy could be here, so like in the frame. This is fine, man. I think this is gonna make total sense. I don't see why anybody should have a problem with this. I feel like players are pretty smart. If I break it down step by step, maybe it has to be more like here to be on screen. Or I could move the camera over. That's probably a bit better. Move the camera. Maybe have the cutscene have it be so that the camera like follows the little... like that. Yeah. All right, see you, Thunderwolf. Let's be realistic here for a second. I'm having a thought that I may be about to bite off more than I can chew. It's just dawning on me that I might be in danger. Today is Thursday. I was thinking, do I add the cutscene of Armin putting his hand in the fire and then forging? Do I make you do the minigame? And if so, do I make you do it 3 times? That's kind of what I think. I'm currently leaning towards doing that. So that's the second version of the demo, where I have 3 different crucibles. I think it's fine. I think it works. My concern really, originally, let's just... Sorry, I have to like introduce you guys to some stuff before I explain this. In October, November, December, I was working on this demo where I had a crucible dungeon, basically a place where you unlock abilities. And that dungeon was going to take maybe the demo, 10 minutes. You would walk into a place, the forge would be broken. You would have to light the forge by killing a bunch of enemies and bringing their souls to the center of the forge. It lights up. Then in this version, which is like the first ability that you unlock, the gods who live in the forge explain to you who they are and what they are and what you need to do. You put your hand in the fire while it's lit, you take it out, you reforge the sword you engrave it with their symbol, then you fight an enemy, and then you go through like 3 different rooms or 4 different rooms where you use the ability that they've given you. That was going to take place in chapter 2 of the game, which makes fine sense because at that point in the game, you've already done the first beat of the story, stuff's happened, you're out in your adventure, you're in sort of like a lull, and then I'm giving you this stuff. Makes sense. But 10 minutes is too long for even one of these if the demo itself is supposed to be like 20 minutes. I can trim out the lighting the forge stuff, and I can trim out the after stuff by making the after stuff, the post unlocking the ability content can bleed into the next. If there's 3 of them, they can sort of be in the same collective zone. That is fine. And I guess now the question or the concern or the matter has more to do with what is the minimum amount that I need to show you and teach you at this point in the game to do with the lore or the mechanics or whatever to get you feeling like you're being propelled forward, not being delayed or held up. I think, so the question was, is that little cutscene where he puts his hand in the fire the first time you do one? Is that important? I actually had planned for it to not be in there at all for the demo because I was thinking that as far as the story is concerned, and this is an hour and a half ago, someone asked me why I thought it was a bad thing that I wrote the story first. It's this reason. Armin is an apprentice blacksmith. He doesn't know how to do this stuff. He's not supposed to know about magic yet. So if he's going around unlocking 3 different abilities before anyone has taught him how to do any of this stuff, it feels like the story has to explain that somehow. And I don't have an explanation yet. So the player learning how to do this stuff and the character doing this stuff, there's a bit of a disconnect now. Maybe I'll just have to make it so that Armin is like, what's going on? More so than like, I don't know about any of this stuff. Maybe he's like got an understanding of it. And yeah, I'm just gonna have to rewrite his interaction with Harriet completely differently. In the original script, he gets to this library where magic is being stored. And the woman who's the librarian there says, like, he's like, oh, I'm supposed to be here to pick up my dad's book that teaches me how to make stuff. And she's like, I don't care. Go find it. And he's like, but the book's empty. And she's like, well, tough luck, kid. And then there's like a fight that happens because something happens elsewhere. Stuff happens. And then afterwards, she's like, look, I didn't want to tell you this yet, but now that we're in this situation, guess what? Your dad made magic swords. So, and he's like, what? Magic? Instead, it has to be more like, he rocks up and he's like, hey, what's going on? I've just experienced a bunch of stuff that is apparently magic. Why is magic happening to me now? And she has to be like, I don't know what you're talking about, idiot. And then the thing happens. And then at the end of the conflict, she's like, okay, fine. Since you seem to have figured it out anyway, your dad made magic swords. So it's a minor thing, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. And maybe I'll be able to do some interesting dramatic irony. Not dramatic irony. Just some interesting drama stuff by having him find it first. It's just that there's also like another character in chapter 2 that's like a mentor to him that's supposed to teach him how to do this stuff. And so if he already knows how to do it, it's like, So then the next thing is like, can I make it feel like you're doing it in a way that's not proper? Like, can I make it be so that he's doing it wrong or he's doing something? You're a Jedi, Frodo. Like, there's some aspect about it he doesn't understand. Because in chapter 2, halfway through chapter 2, he's still supposed to be like just making normal swords in the story that I had written. Hey, Trance. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. So it's going to be a different thing. It's going to have to be a different thing. Maybe he doesn't forge the abilities into the sword yet. And maybe the sword already has the abilities. Yeah, I don't really want to split the game out into two different things, but maybe. Yeah, maybe the demo doesn't have to be just like the real story. Is my organizing tool Figma? It is. This is Figma. Yeah. I guess you're right. It doesn't have to be the same. I can get the game funded and then pivot all of this stuff into a different part of the game. It's just that I'm kind of already on the way of rewriting the first chapter to fit this stuff, so I don't want to have to rewrite it back. And I actually like this. I actually like that you're engaging with these mechanics early. Well, the lore is bound to the mechanics. So, yeah. I think... I could do a fourth wall break being like, because you're playing the Screen Australia Grant demo, we're going to give you 3 abilities at once. I could do something like that. How do you break the mental barrier of being able to bring your decently developed ideas to a state of, oh nice, it's published? I have 3 similar games, all in a state of, oh yeah, cool demo, but I'm having a hard time pushing through with them. It's hard, man. It's hard. It takes a lot of time and you don't get a lot of gratification out of it. But if you want people to play it, I mean, they're going to have to play it. Otherwise, publish it in the earlier state, you know, if you have to. But better to publish it than to not at all. So whatever amount of polish you can stomach, put that in. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay. So I should just focus on the mechanics of this, why this is important. So then we cut the cutscene out, I guess. Ick. I really wish I could keep the cutscene in because it would be a nice beat, but maybe I can write dialogue that fills in for the cutscene. Okay. All right. I got to move forward. Yeah, it's possible we could do a fourth wall break. I might have to do some variation of that. It's just that all of this stuff that we're talking about, it's very polish dependent. A lot of this comes down to like the execution of it is quite picky, and also there's no other way to demo it. Like the communication of how I teach you these abilities is the polish, and I have to solve that now. So I can't really get around it. All right. What? How did I write this? What? Doesn't scroll at all? It's based on the closest point of this to the camera. So if the camera's like here, it's probably still going to find... that's so strange to me that it's still going to not work. What happens if I do it like that? Oh, come on now. Really? That is news to me. I guess because as you leave, you're not really getting closer. As you go up, you're not getting closer to this line here. Oh, that's so weird. I guess. But you're getting so much further from this than this. I guess I could put this like all the way down here. Oops. Come on, man. Do I have a zone set up? No? That doesn't make any sense. Let's try something here. It's so stable once it hits that edge. I don't think that that's right. But okay. Sure. Hey, Julian. Welcome. Okay. Hey, Revingergle. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay. And what does this do? It closes. So it doesn't even need to do that. It just needs to... I feel bad deleting this, but I'm going to delete it. Destructive edit. Did I lose the thing that I had saved earlier? That's really annoying. Hang on, there's more to this. Oh no. Oh no. That's okay. I can... Ah, that was so stupid of me. This cutscene. Crucible scale sequence. I deleted a bunch of stuff from this and I shouldn't have done that. I needed to clone it. Not this, sorry. Rise tutorial, this. I need to discard these changes. Because that's an asset, that's not a serialized thing. This needs to be like that. Ugh. Doesn't Unity handle all your files for you? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Garen C, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, lucky I'm using Git. What is this called? Rise tutorial sequence timeline. Yeah, it does have a file browser in it, and it does make meta files. What I did was I took an asset, from one scene, I opened it in another scene, and then deleted a bunch of stuff about it to make it fit that scene. But that asset's in the project directory. It's not in the scene. So it's permanent across all the scenes, and I didn't want it to do that. I needed to duplicate the asset. So it's because it has a file browser that I screwed up. Because it has meta files, because it uses assets, that was the problem. Hey, Garen C. Found your YouTube channel. It really inspired me to do pixel art. Oh, wow. Oh, congrats. Welcome. So now I should be able to delete this. Nope. Why did this? Why is then? That's no good. Demo Forge Rise tutorial sequence. I changed this to clearing 2 and it's still called Demo Forge. The file name isn't. Oh no, this is another problem. I think it has like an internal title or like a GUID or something. That sucks. All right, I'm gonna delete it. Wait, not necessarily. I can fix the object name. Maybe that'll do it. Okay, we're still good. We're still good. Spline player. Spline controller. This is now this, I think. And then this is the prompt. Isn't the other Unity package hanging out somewhere? Don't worry, I don't really need help. I just deleted something and then I used Git to bring it back. How can I make a side scroller character? I can't give you a tutorial right now. You might need like an hour or two before I can teach you that. Hey, Sahil. Okay. Okay. Gosh. See you, Morton. Uh-oh. Something's got to break. Something's always got to break. Thank you, Chaz. What's the right way of picking colors for background and character? It's another question that's kind of a little complicated for me answering in 2 minutes. Background colors can be more close together, but if you want the colors for a character, you should make them higher contrast compared to the background colors. That's it. There's no right way or wrong way, but that will tend to make the character stick out. And by contrast, I just mean, you know, if your background has a blue sky, make all of the blues in the sky similar to each other. And if the character has blue on them, make the character's blues further apart. Does that make sense? Probably not. But unfortunately, I'm in the middle of something, so I can't really focus enough to break my focus. Ajax says, I made a concept of my character, but I'm struggling to make a pixel version of it. Well, they do involve different disciplines. Just doing drawings versus pixel art. So you might have to think about caricaturing your character. What are the proportions that you want to keep? What are the objects? You know, if they've got a tiny little knife on their hip, you might not want to show that. Or you might need to make it bigger. Okay. Director, sequence plan. Going to... That's your director. This is the one that we're talking about. Oh, this is the sequence player. This doesn't mean anything anymore. Draw sequence and load. Okay. Still breaks, huh? Wish I could see what this was, what object triggered this. What happens if I just disable that completely? Okay, right. Well, it is this ability. I mean, this sequence. That's very annoying, though. It means I did something wrong and I don't know what it is that I did wrong. Shouldn't be this stuff. Maybe it's because I don't have any required flags. Still no good, man. I don't know what this is. It's so annoying. How do you figure out? I mean, typically you get, when you have a problem, you can click on the console and it will highlight the object that fired the error. In this case, I don't think that's happening for us. Event marker clip.create playable. Why do I have an event marker clip? I don't think I even have an event marker clip track. Event marker, this one. Oh, okay, well that's, there you go. That's literally, that's how you do it. Thank you. Thank you, Copilot. Nice. Wait, I didn't actually get the ability. That's right, Trance. It's basically GPT. Okay. Name, please. Okay. So we did unlock the ability. Although I don't know what this is. Oh. Why doesn't save game work? Is it because the sequence that we are talking about here doesn't have any... I mean, it does have a... Oh, I know why. Come on, man. Why not? Oh, because that enemy isn't the same... Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot. That enemy isn't an enemy that has this ability. It's this one. And this is just a placeholder. Duh. Okay, well. That's fine by me. Okay, this is going to go inside of this. This is going to go here. This game object is the spiky wall vine. And it's going to be toggled off by default. Do you remember your approach in the beginning of the project when you had to start implementing a feature you didn't know how? Quests, for example. Do you know, I intuited how to write quests. It was, I just knew what I needed to do. Like, I thought about, like, if you have a programming background, not that I have like a big programming background, but, you know, you have to think about what your requirements are. So what is it that you want it to do? In my case, it was, okay, I want my quests to be a list of conditions, right? A list of flags. So I want to be able to toggle something on or off to denote quest progress. I want to be able to have those quest flags be objects so that I can place them in certain parts of the game. And I need them to be checkable against a dictionary. And when I'm going to have basically a list of quests, of quest flags, and when you collect the final quest flag, the quest ends. Quests need a name, quests need a quest giver, quests need a reward. You know, you block out your requirements and then build against those requirements. And if you don't know what the requirements should be, then you need to think about what it is that you want in the game. How should it feel? Think about other games, how they work, and then take the games that work the way that you want your game to work and design in accordance with how those games work. So like, how do the quests in my case, the model was a game called Tomba or Tombi. So I was like, how does Tombi do quests? Well, there's a quest start notification, then there's a condition that happens at some point in the game, and then there's a quest end notification. Okay, so it's just two flags. You know, do I want it to behave exactly like that? It's just like that. I didn't like look up a tutorial. I just sort of like designed the feature to work a certain way, and then I built it to work that way, and then yeah, that's it. Same thing with health, same thing with, you know, all that stuff. No worries. Hmm. I need to take a break. My brain's not working. I'll see you guys in 5 or 10 minutes. Okay? See you in a bit. Okay, brain back online, kids. We're back. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Brain resume. Use the spline edit mode in the scene tools overlay to edit this spline. Boom. Hey. Okay. I'm concerned that this is going to need to be very careful. Wonder if I could automate this so that it was just linear, but it it accelerated based on the, what's the word? The gradient. Hey, monkey boy. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Because this is gonna kill me. Unless it just works. Sort of, not really. You know nothing about coding, but you want to make games. How deep do you want to get into coding games? What kind of games do you want to make? Do you want to like make a career out of it, or do you want to make a little hobby out of it? Do you want to make codeless games, or do you want to definitely learn how to code? Depends on how much of a can of worms you want to open. Yeah, I hate this. I need it to figure itself out. Just as a hobby, I have ideas and I think it would be really fun. The only hobby I have is playing games, but lately that isn't doing it. I wanted to get into it for a while now, just never spent the time, I guess. If it's just a hobby and you're not, if you want to like dip your toes in and just like get a feel for it, then I recommend learning with something like Game Maker or Godot, because you'll be able to make simple games there pretty quickly. With Godot, you will have to learn a scripting language unless there is a visual scripting with Godot. Okay, there is visual scripting. So if you learn this, oh, you can't anymore? Oh, this is for 3.5. They took it out, did they? It's really annoying. Oof. Okay, so then your options are Unity, visual scripting, or Game Maker, unless you want to do 3D, and then you can use Unreal Engine. With visual scripting, basically you get to plug in boxes for logic, and you just get to pass the logic through the boxes rather than learning all of the code. If that's something that seems like you're more interested in that than learning to code, which I still think learning to code is a worthwhile exercise, but for someone who doesn't know how much they want to learn, it might be a lot to get started. It might kill your interest. Yeah. So then, look, Godot is really good because it's such a low barrier for entry. Like Unity is a little heavier, but the lack of visual scripting might be a little crappy. You could use Godot 3.5 and use visual scripting there. Otherwise, Game Maker is pretty good too for that simple layer of like, I just want to create some objects. Game Maker, you know, I just want to make some objects, get some assets together, put stuff in a level, make it move, you know, if it's just getting started. Game Maker is pretty good for that stuff. And there are some good games that were made in Game Maker. So I'd give it a go. I don't know if it's free to use. Haha, that's so funny. Oh, it totally is. Okay. It's free? It's like 200 bucks. All versions of Game Maker are free. You'll only need to upgrade to a paid Game Maker package if you'd like to export games to certain platforms. Nope. Not anymore, apparently. Free to use. Free desktop, free web, free mobile. Wow. It's just console that you need the Enterprise Edition for. Oh, non-commercial. So, I think that's... I don't know if that means that your games have to be free to play if you make them using the free tier. Yeah. Okay. Keeping motivated with pixel art. Have a project. If you have a project, that will be your motivation. Okay. I would love to update this so that the curvature of it was determined based on the angle, but I'm a little concerned that that might be a little hard to do. Because what I would want to do is some kind of like Verlet integration of like, oh, every time the next step along the curve is a positive gradient, go slower. If it's a negative gradient, go faster. And have like a virtual like speed, like a velocity. But that feels a little weird. Unless I have like a min speed and a max speed. But you might notice that. In any case, why don't we just... I'll just keep doing it this way. It's not a huge problem. It's just a bit funky. Oh. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Because I can't, the kinks in the road, the like the bumps along this are like at arbitrary points along this. So I can't tell like when it needs to slow down or speed up based on anything that I'm looking at. Because this is like the timeline. This is like distance over time. So like I need to like constantly renegotiate things based on like where things are, where the other previous points and later points are. It's so confusing. It's not the way to do it. Yeah, like a roller coaster. That's kind of what the idea was. Let me just delete all of these and make it linear for now. Oh, yuck. What if I just make it linear? Just like fully linear. It's so bad. It's so bad. How do I fix this otherwise? Was it possible to make it spin then straight down? I don't know what that means. I think I'm just going to place the Bezier curves at the inflection points, and maybe that will help. Like there's one there. 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 It's like... Then the problem is that these points are points in time, not points in space. So like this could be wherever I want it to be. Yuck. Whatever. Whatever. It's so obvious that it's not right, but I can't do much with it. Let's just leave it as it is. And then we need the camera to follow it. That's the next thing. Is there no cutscene camera? Interesting. Looks pretty good. Hey, where'd the camera go? Oh, because it never got enabled? There we go. Yay. That was pretty good. That looked like a real cutscene from a real video game. Okay. Let's have a look at it again, just see what's missing. Cool. Except it really needs to immediately disappear. Why does it not? I mean, look, it's like telling itself to turn off straight away. So, I mean, what do? We give it a second, like, turns off here on this frame. Oh, I see. This ends a bit earlier now because I made it shorter. Gotcha. Sick. When do I do this? Is it part of this? I don't know when that is. What makes Armin put his hands up and try to congratulate himself? I don't like that he's holding it up in the air. That? I guess it's fine. Hello? Cool, except the enemy died. The enemy disappeared when we left. You. Are you? That lasted a little longer than I'd like. Yeah, that's good. And then let's make that trigger a little bit further over. Did that disable before it got to finish? Can't tell. How do you not get a headache constantly? What do you mean? Why would I have a headache? Like from what? From chat. You guys are alright. From tweaking stuff? Why would that give me a headache? Doesn't work, but that's fine. Not supposed to work yet. Cool. Well, that's good. It's closer now. Man, this stuff takes forever. Hey, Smetsk, thanks for the follow. And Ilmorg, thank you for the follow. So I'll need like a tooltip. Where do these live? This is here. This one lives That's better. Cool. I need a better word, I think, than scale. I don't think scale is a very good name for this ability. What is it called? It's like... Because it's like you scale the wall. Climb? It has to not be something... It has to be specifically climbing, not just going up. So it can't be ascend, because I've already got that. It can't be like lift. It has to be like... Nope. We've already got... The three of you just went ascend? No. Yeah, it's like specifically up a wall. Climb. I guess that's the word. Zenith reaching. Mantle. Uppy Duppy. How did you remember that? Uppy Duppy. Up-dups. What the hell, Pen Paul? You must be infuriating to be around. Uppy Duppy. You must be that guy that everybody... You always have the joke in the back pocket. Uppy Duppy. That's like... Was that not like 4 months ago, that joke? Jesus. Uppy Duppy. Jesus, that is just... But... I mean, I can name these things whatever we want. It doesn't have to be a specific thing, but it might be nicer to remember them. Right now, I'll call them the obvious names. Because it just feels like I need all the help I can get. A little weird. Seems like a wall dash. I know, but I'm not going to call it wall dash. Hey, Crumpaloo. Welcome. Can you get a lore dump? Well, this is pretty early in the game. This guy... Okay, this guy is the son of a blacksmith. He just came of age, and now he's being sent up into the mountain to find this archive where they keep all of their knowledge so that he can start learning to be a blacksmith. On his way, he picks up this sword that this old man drops and doesn't think much of it. The old man's a little scary, so he sort of runs off with the sword, and then stumbles into this thing that speaks to him. It's like a magic forge, and it imbues him, since he's carrying the sword, with these powers. So the way the powers work is you capture the powers from enemies in the world. And while you're in the area where the enemy died, you get to use the powers. The order of information here is a little off. green geyser. Unless I don't give you the quest flag until after. There's something like les escaliers, escalator, escalade. There is something like that. There's something that has some traction, but it might be a little too obscure. Well, I had scale in there before. I had scale. Escalizer 300. All right, pals, I gotta go. I'm gonna head out. I'm tired. But hopefully tomorrow we can start playtesting this thing with you guys in the feature test. My brain's just getting a little bit jelly. It's just dark today. It's quite overcast and I don't have the aircon going. It's just been a bit stale. Yeah. Okay. Well, oh, actually, I'm going to bed very, very early tonight and I'm going to be up tomorrow morning streaming at like 4 or 5 a.m. my time. So what that means is I will be streaming a lot earlier. I won't be streaming at my regular schedule. I'm going to be streaming like in the morning. Okay. So, I don't know if you'll be around. I hope you can make it. Otherwise, catch the VOD, of course. Alright, pals. Thank you so much for watching. If you like my content, for sure, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. And if you're not already a subscriber on YouTube, go and subscribe on YouTube. If you're not a follower here on Twitch, follow me on Twitch. What else can I say? That's it. That's the stream. I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.